Yes. Stupid enough to steal. Okay, so he can make it smaller. But on top, I always want to. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean like stealing the chips, but you know, somebody hit the table or push the chair. Or okay. So. Oh yeah, I understand. I understand. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
Welcome. We got a final table here, Winamax Poker Open in Bratislava. I believe this was an €850 bounty tournament. Not 100% sure of the buy-in, but I will find out. I'm 99% sure there was an €850 buy-in tournament. We're down to the final 6 players. Chip leader in seat 6. In seat 2, 3.96 million. Seat 6, 3.3 million. So yeah, seat 2 there with all the chips, and everybody has a different bounty on their head. It is a progressive knockout bounty tournament. So seat 1 has a €1,700 bounty on his head. Seat 2, €3,600. Seat 3, $1,250. Seat 4 has 600. Seat 5, €2,650, and seat 6 has €3,575 on his head. So when you knock out a player, half of their bounty goes into your pocket and half of their bounty gets added to your bounty for somebody else to win if they knock you out, or for you to win if you win the tournament. You win the heads-up battle, you win all of the opponent's bounty and all of the bounty that remained on your head, plus obviously all the bounties you've won before, so leads to a pretty big heads-up match. Just making sure everything's all good before we get started, by the looks of it. Move the cameras around. First time Winamax has brought their festival over to Bratislava, I believe. This is being held at Banco Casino. They've always got tournament series running, different brands, all sorts of different tours, but I don't think there's been a Winamax one. Winamax is quite special. It's a big brand in France. They get a lot of recreational players. It's similar to GG in terms of like fun software, but their main kind of selling point for live tournaments is that they've got a six max series. So all of these tournaments running this week during this series are six-handed. And they've got their own special six max tables as well, which is quite cool. They're like hexagonal tables. Everyone gets their own kind of section of the table, which is cool. I think they're taking away everybody's phones.
It's okay, it's okay. What about mine? Is it 5S or SE? Android.
Don't want any interference with the stream. That is your chip leader. No, it's not. Chip leader in seat 2 on the left of your screen. Grey Jacket in seat 3 is one of the shorter stacks. He is third in chips by the looks of it. 1.2 million. Not sure what the blinds are. Looks like a real nice chip set as well. And it looks like they bought their own bounty chips as well. They're definitely not the cash game chips from Banco. So Winamax very prepared for this series. Off we go then. So Michal, your chip leader, pulls the Queen 8 off under the gun. 80k big blind, so blinds 40k and 80k. Chip leader with around 50 big blinds. And the short stack has around 900k, so just over 12 big blinds. Let me get the exact count. Oh yeah, just basically exactly 900k. Cool. Julien in the small blind. Limps the King 10-0. Loic in the big blind, ace 9 suited. Playing around 20 big blinds. It's covered by the small blind second in chips with just over 40 bigs. Big blind has a couple of options here. He could raise not all in. He could go for a shove. Being it's a bounty tournament, he can expect to put some king queens, king jacks suited, stuff like that was planning on limp jamming in a really tough spot by jamming himself with the bounty on the line. Depends on the size of the bounties, really. Looks like he's got a 1,700 euro bounty, so not enormous. I'm not sure what the payouts are. Hopefully we'll get those up on the screen at some stage. Give us a bit more of an idea, but it looks like there's about 12,000 euros in bounties in play, so I would expect first place is somewhere around 15,000 euros. 977. Loic improving to top pair, even though he was already ahead. Interesting spot with King 10. I think our hand's probably just a little bit too weak. We'd want a backdoor flush draw at this kind of stat depth. So King 10 of spades or clubs or diamonds, we could continue should we have those in the limp call line pre-flop. King 10 off is just a little bit weak because a lot of the c-bets, the ISOs pre and the c-bets are going to be King Queen plus for value, like King Jack suited, stuff like that. King Jack off might decide to check back pre with a bit of ICM. So we are going to be behind sometimes, even if we improve to a pair. Ace 10 can be in there as well. I don't think that our outs are particularly clean. It's going to be hard to continue versus a big barrel, even if we turn like an open ender or gut shot. We're going to have to turn a gut shot and fold to a big bet. Loic improving though to a full house now on a board where he's not going to have a full house super often, so he's definitely going to want to go for another bet, I think, because there's a chance that the small blind decides that there's not enough 9x and 7x in that range and decides to attack with some of his hands that now have no equity of perhaps missed straight draws and just random floats. Does decide to check back, trying to induce a bluff, trying to kind of protect his range, which is going to contain a lot of hands that don't connect with this board and aren't strong enough to bet. A lot of ace highs and king highs in this range. Some pocket pairs that got counterfeited as well, and some hands like tens, jacks, queens that aren't really strong enough to go for value on a board like this. A double pair board, there's not really much to get value from. Can't call with under pairs, obviously. Not so much ace high in the small blind range that limp calls pre-flop, so really not too much to get value from. Now, obviously, going to go for value on the river. Goes for a really small bet, which I like, trying to induce bluffs again from just those same hands. Realizes that there aren't very many hands in his range that can bet big for value, like aces, kings, queens. Those hands don't want to bet big for value. If he's going for value of ace high, he's trying to get called by king highs and stuff, so it really doesn't make too much sense to bet big for value. And this is also going to give the small blind an opportunity to bluff because his range is going to have a lot more of that 9x and 7x in it. Even some straights that kind of check called the flop with a gut shot, 5-6 suited, jack 10 suited, 10-6 suited, that then obviously improved on the river to a straight. This size might even be small enough to induce those to go for value. If he thinks that the value range is mostly over pairs, not very much 9x or 7x. Contemplating something. Maybe some hero call with king high. If he thinks that Loic's overdoing it, isolating pre with all sorts of garbage. I would say raising is out of the question with this kind of body language. Does elect to let it go. Loic picks up a nice pot. Good start to the final table for him. Chip counts there on the screen. Couple of shorties there, 14 bigs, 13 bigs, 11 bigs. In 6 max as well, obviously you're in the blinds a lot more often than you are in 8-handed or 9-handed, so stacks tend to feel a little bit shorter. Action is a lot more frequent, especially with the bounty as well. Those short stacks, if they've got any kind of bounty, they're going to get looked up relatively light, although they're still going to be somewhat tight because there are ICM considerations. But if it's just a few big blinds and you can win a couple of €1,000 in bounty, that's going to be a spot where you're going to want to widen your range a bit. One of the short stacks has a 600 and the other 1.2k, so not huge bounties. I imagine the starting bounty was like 200 or something, or 400. 400 and half goes to your head. Fold around to Gilles on the button again. Apologies if I'm butchering your name, but that's what it looks like to me. King Jack of Diamonds, nice hand for him to open. Covers both of the blinds. Oh no, big blind will be the chip leader. The big blind in this hand is the chip leader, seat 2, with around 4 million. So it'll be chip leader on second in chips action if the big blind decides to continue. Makes it 160. Queen 7 off for Michel in the big blind. Definitely on the borderline, a hand like this. Pretty good one, pretty nice one to go for a bluff with a big 3-bet here. Really puts the pressure on second in chips, who's going to be still opening a pretty wide range. So it can definitely just get a lot of hands to fold pre-flop, having that pressure of being covered and it being a bounty. It's really nice if you're second in chips. You just don't want to be tangling and getting in a spot where your stack might dip below a level where you could win the bounties of all the players that you currently cover at the table. Michel elects just to defend the Queen 7, which I guess it's fine. It seems a bit too strong to fold, so you're not loving it. 10-3 deuce, a very bricky board, not much for the big blind. He's going to fold a lot more of his offsuit 3x and deuce x combos pre that might normally defend versus the big blind. So very, very good board for the opener. Does take it down there with the c-bet. Recovers those chips he lost in the last hand. I've been to a couple of Winamax festivals before. Went to one in Dublin, I think, and one somewhere else, can't remember where. And it was great, really. They put on a lot of stuff for players whilst there aren't any tournaments running, like post play in the day. They've always got a nice bar somewhere or a bunch of games or just some form of entertainment. They really look after the players well, and it's a great atmosphere. It's one of the most enjoyable series I've ever been to, actually, just in terms of like having fun, having a good time, and not just slog. Like some series can just turn into a grind where all you do is play poker and there's not really very much atmosphere, but Winamax puts on a real nice atmosphere, which is cool. Ace Jack now in the cutoff, opening up again to 160. Boris, King 5 off in the big blind. He is playing 12.5 bigs, so on the shorter side. Does elect to let this one go. Seems very reasonable to me. Hand's not super strong there. We're going to be looking for like rejam spots as the short stack. We want to maintain as much fold equity as possible because having that bounty on your head does take away some of your fold equity immediately. So any extra big blinds you can keep in your stack definitely help. Seat 5, also a relatively short stack. He came into this final table with just over 1 million, so he's probably on around the same now. He has a pretty big bounty on his head, considering the size of his stack, €2,650. So when he elects to put his chips in, it could be interesting.
Raise 160.
Little bit of a hand developing here. Looks like Michel is going for the 3-bet.
480.
Using his offsuit ace-x here, blocking some of the top of Loic's range. Looking to put the pressure on. But Dorian in the big blind with under 10 big blinds in his stack now after paying the big blind finds himself a premium hand, especially in this kind of situation with the middle stack opening the cutoff and then chip lead a 3-bet button. Very, very wide ranges, so not too much for him to be worried about here. If he runs into it, so be it, but he does slide his chips into the middle, and Michel, believing he is priced in, makes the call. So I think he made it 280k and it's 800k, so there's not very much in it. The ace is going to give him around 30% equity most of the time if he's up against a pair or even ace king. Ace 4 on the flop. Pain for Dorian. Not even a heart in his hand for the backdoor flush draw. Drawing just 2 outs now on the river, otherwise he's going to be leaving us in 6th place. It is a brick on a river, and that is very unlucky for Dorian. Not even a particularly big bounty, so interesting spot there for Michel. It'll be interesting to see the exact price he was getting, but does lock out that elimination either way. Adds to his already sizable bounty and chip lead.
Okay, can you put this on your stack? Green on top? Yes. Guys, can I kindly ask you to put your tickets away from the table? Thank you. Sorry guys, can I kindly ask you to put your tickets away from the table? Yeah, to the pocket. Tickets.
So we're down to 5. Can't tell you what the payouts are, I'm afraid, because I don't know. Would be cool to know though. I'm going to try to find out. 5-handed now. Things are going to get pretty spicy. Going to be in the blinds. 40% of hands are going to be in the blinds. So on the button 20% of the time. Action that moves fast. And Michel now finds himself a monster. Ace king off in the cutoff and the chip lead. Covering everybody. All those bounties. Absolutely great spot to be in. Nothing for Boris on the button. Nelson, Jack 7 suited in the big blind. Definitely going to be defending this one. More than strong enough. Folding out of the question. All in. Definitely not strong enough. No relevant blockers. No need to put your bounty on the line. And he does have a pretty juicy bounty as well, so that might play into his advantage should he manage to connect with the board in some meaningful way. Pretty good for not making a hand that's about as good as it gets. Does check. I think a lead would be very, very solid here. Definitely an option. Boards like this that favour the big blinds range a bit more. The cutoff going to be folding a lot of those offsuit straight making hands, and the big blind just having a lot more kind of 2 pairs, even top pairs, straights, strong draws, pair plus straight draws, much more of that stuff in the big blinds range. But goes check, and Nelson just turns the world, turns a straight, and he still has that open ender and a flush draw to go with it. Michelle drawing dead, other than to a chop. Bet wins that one for Nelson, and he wins a few important big blinds. Up to 15 bigs. Boris the king 10 off in the cutoff. 12.5 big blinds. Going to be a VPIP some form or another. He may elect to just shove. I feel like it's a little bit weak for 12.5 bigs, and we can definitely just get away with a min raise and then fold to a jam. But it does go for the shove. I think with the bounty on the head, that's not the worst play, because we can get called by a few more pocket pairs. We might get called by some king 9 suitors and stuff like that. But I think for 12.5, it's pretty unlikely that a worse or a dominated hand calls, other than perhaps queen 10 suited. Maybe jack 10 suited flicks it in, but those hands are in a really tough spot. They're just going to be behind a decent chunk of the time. Does get it through. Chips up a little there. So short stacks putting themselves back into it a bit. 14 bigs and 14 bigs. No immediate danger for either of them. Here we go. I've just been handed the payouts. So 5th place, everybody locked up €5,280. And first place, they're 17,370. First and second, both of us pay the same. €17,370, because that's pretty standard in a progressive knockout tournament. Because there's such a jump already with whoever wins the heads up match getting so much more in bounties, it leaves things far too lopsided if you also have different kind of payouts for first and second place. So 17k up top, 10k for third, 7.5 ish for fourth. So pretty juicy payouts. So the winner's probably going to be getting around 30, probably over 30k, depending on how many bounties they get. So very nice tournament.
Cool.
8-9 suited in the small blind, go for the limp. Loic with 4-3 suited in the big blind. Probably going to check this one back a little bit too good. If we ISO this one and then get shoved on, we can end up folding a decent amount of equity versus hands like ace king and stuff like that. Like 3-4 suited can make pretty strong hands post flop. So just taking the equity makes sense to me. Does flop a pretty nice hand. Middle pair with the open ender. A lot of hands in Gilles' limping range that we want to get protection against, so betting makes sense. There's going to be ace highs in there. There's just going to be hands that are 2 overs, like this kind of thing. There's going to be flush draws. There's going to be gut shots with the 6. So definitely enough stuff to get value from to warrant a bet there. Loic does bet and takes it down. Tripping up to 20 big blinds. Michelle with 40% of the chips almost. Not bad 5-handed. Things are going well.
So new blind 50-100.
Ace-7 suited under the gun for Boris. Playing 12 big blinds now after the blinds have gone up. 100k big blind. Again, another one that's right on the line. Like, it's a little bit too strong to shove. Sorry, not quite strong enough to shove, I don't think. So I like this as well, going for the min raise. What I would have gone for with the King 10 too, but I think that one's fine. Being in the cutoff, you've got less players to get through. Ace-7 suited also has a more relevant blocker, so you're going to get it through as a min raise a bit more of the time. Michel in the big blind, probably going to defend any two, give himself access to that bounty. Not any two, but you know, a very, very solid wide range. But he elects to let the 8-5 off go. I don't think Boris has a particularly big bounty, so he's not going to be defending as wide as he would against other players like seat 5. He has a much bigger bounty for the size of his stack, about 2.5k, 2.6k, so he's going to be defending a lot wider against him than he would be defending against Boris. Boris with the 1250 bounty, so not huge considering it's 1.5 buy-ins or so. Nelson's, yeah, much bigger. Ace-3 off now for Nelson under the gun. He's going to let that one go. Another fold. Nothing for Loic on the button. He'll be out of the way. Eight-6 off for Michel in the small blind. He completes.
Check.
So Boris checks it back with the 7-3 off. Go to the flop. 10-9, 4-2 spades. Gut shot for Michel. He is going to bet it. And Boris gets out of the way with 7 high. Nelson and Boris just battling to not bust in 5th place, basically. There's a 2k ladder, or 2.1k ladder between 5th and 4th, so not to be sniffed at. 2.5 buy-ins in a relatively small field. That's pretty meaningful. Jack-9 suited for Michel on the button. Definitely not going to be folding this one. I think he's just going to elect to open jam here, covering both stacks. Both of them have 12 big blinds or 11 big blinds, covering both bounties. Seems like a pretty no-brainer all in. Boris King 7 off, out of the way. Nelson nothing to defend with either. 8-4 off. Michel taking that one down. 6-5 suited for Michel in the cutoff. Can't really raise call, I don't think, for Boris's bounty. A little bit too small. Gets really, really close for Nelson's bounty. Probably just still going to be a fold facing a jam. Nelson playing 9 big blinds out of the small blind. He knows that this opening range is going to be super wide. It's just the 6 is like not amazing. You want to have 2 overs to a few more pairs that call. Having the ace is really, really nice, and he probably thinks he doesn't really have any forward equity, and I think Michel probably is calling 9 big blinds with the 6-5 suited, to be honest, so he would have been in good shape, but obviously he doesn't want to put his stack on the line just yet. I would struggle to probably fold that ace-6 suited, to be honest, against a chip leader open. I would really, really struggle to fold that. It does feel a little bit on the weak side, but he's probably absolutely hating it now. Would have flopped the absolute nuts. Geo flops an open-ender with a 7 high flush draw. Definitely going to continue one. I don't expect Michel to bet big on these type of texture at all. Monotone boards traditionally bet very, very small. And looks like Michel goes for a quarter pot.
Call.
Three of diamonds on the turn gives Gilles the flush. Michel does have a pretty good one to start bluffing. He can get a hand like Jack 10 with no diamond to fold. He can get some 9x, 8x to fold, perhaps even some King X that doesn't have a diamond might just start mucking. And he has 6 high, so anything he can get to fold, even 6-7, like, it would be a real win for him. And he has a lot of strong diamonds in his range. Big blind has a lot more weak diamonds, so could potentially even triple barrel this one. There's a lot more kind of, or Michel's range is more condensed to strong flushes, I should say. Gilles has those strong flushes as well, but his range is a lot more diluted by other stuff.
Bet 150.
Gilles goes for the block on the river with the 7 high flush. After the turn goes check check. Not going to be a whole bunch of strong stuff in Michel's range. I think he can comfortably barrel like the Jack of Diamonds or better for value, knowing that he's not going to get raised super often. So this range is going to be a lot of just like one pair, King Queens, King Jacks, 10-9s, Ace-9, stuff like that. And yeah, it likes to fold. Shield takes that one down. Nicely done.
Yes. If you want, we can speak in French after, so you can have my accent.
Ten nine off, under the gun for Michel. He elects to fold.
Raise your limit.
Boris all in the cutoff with the pocket fives. Going to get it through this time. Picks up a few much needed chips.
I don't know why I can add to the players in the auricular. dinner for the players and recollect when they speak. Yeah.
King 8 suited for Nelson in the cutoff, 9 big blinds. Ace 10 suited for Nelson under the gun. Going to be all in with this one. Way too strong to do anything else. Relatively juicy bounty on his head as well. Not quite all in. Kept 100k behind. Lowick, King Jack off on the button. Tough spot. I think just a little bit too weak. Going to be a very ace high, dense range. Pocket pairs which we flip against, even like King Queens and King 10 off is probably not shoving. So we only dominate King 10 suited really. Everything else we're pretty dominated by or flipping against. So not doing too amazing against that range. I don't think the bounty quite makes up for it. So nice fold there by Lowick. Boris in the small blind. Well, we've had the name changed. I did see that on the original Chip Sales account. Lowick, actually Ewan. Lowick is a middle name, perhaps. So changed to Ewan. Boris all in out of the small blind with the Queen 6 offsuit. And he runs into the Queens of Nelson. Fine shove by Boris. Has the Queen high is going to be the best hand a lot of the time versus any two. He does have him covered for that bounty as well. So just has a bunch of fold equity and can get there against hands that call it off. He's going to call it off with hands that just have like 60% equity, like ace 5, ace 10, all that kind of stuff Queen 6 is doing fine against. So just unlucky to run into exactly Queens. Doesn't get any worse. Literally, I was going to say doesn't get much worse, but it literally does not get any worse than that. Just draw into a 6 now will be a pretty sick way for Nelson to be eliminated. Ace on the river. Doesn't change anything, and Boris is eliminated in 5th place. Nelson picking up a bounty. Probably didn't expect that to happen. Oh, actually, no. Boris, sorry, has him covered. Boris down to a few big blinds, but not out. 2 big blinds left. So Boris doesn't get the Nelson doesn't get the bounty. Going to be absolutely livid.
$1,065,000.
So Boris is going to be all in any moment. Either this hand or one of the next 3 hands. He's going to be all in. Looks like he's had a picture card exposed there as his first card as well, so not going to be great for him. So formerly Loic, but now Ewan folds. Michel doesn't open the 7-3 suited, which I'm pretty surprised about, considering Boris has 2 big blinds, is going to get it in super wide, and has a bounty. Pretty big bounty considering the size of his stack. So surprised to see Michel fold that one, but he does, and Boris folds too. Nelson 10 deuce offsuit in the small blind, covered by the big blind. Pretty easy fold. Gio takes that walk with 4 high. Folds around to Gio in the small blind. With the king 9 suited, he covers Ewan in the big blind. Ewan playing about 2.2 million. Just a question of whether he wants to limp or raise. I think raising makes sense. With a hand like this, we can get worse hands to continue. Oh, 1.6 million. I thought he had more. So it's around 16 big blinds. Shove makes perfect sense. Even for 20 bigs or 21 bigs, shove would make sense with king 9 suited. Strong hand, you can get some ace highs potentially to fold, like even now. Ewan in a very, very tough spot, because you got to remember there's Boris there on 2 big blinds, 1.5 big blinds, expected to bust any minute. So Ewan can make a bunch of money just by folding. 2k pay jump coming up, 2.1k pay jump. So I think folding makes sense. With specifically ace 3, we obviously going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time, but when you are ahead, you're never ahead by much. Only against ace deuce, and even then it's just going to be a shove a bunch of the time. So just folding to get that pay jump. If there was no short stack, then I think calling here would probably be the play. But yeah, not with that short stack.
Change dealer.
Yes. Michael. Re-raise one.
Boris all in for his last two bigs, less than two bigs. Under the gun, King 7 offsuit. Not too bad. King high is going to be the best hand a decent amount of the time. He's going to get ISO'd by worse hands also a decent amount of the time. Hands like this, for example. And hands that he has pretty good equity against, just random ace highs. So 2 life cards. Not too bad. Nelson goes for the ISO. He makes it 425. 405, apologies. Just trying to get heads up for that bounty. Feels like he's entitled to it after doing most of the damage to the stat, but Michel finds a pair of 5s in the big blind, and I think covering both guys, knowing that this ISO can be still pretty wide, can just be effectively an opening range that's going for the bounty. I think shoving makes sense here, covering both of them. Nelson has to fold a bunch because he can still make the pay jump when he folds and Boris is eliminated. Queen Jack's just going to be crushed really, really often. And Nelson has a relatively big bounty on his head as well, so it makes sense for Michel to go for that.
Two-raise one.
Yeah, now Nelson just going to have to let it go. But I think it's fine. Like, it's a fine ISO, and it's just unlucky to run into it. Not too much to think about here. I mean, yeah, it's not a particularly tough spot. Boris in pretty good shape though, and he's got a bit of juice in the pot as well with that, with the call behind, and then folding. So he's already profiting because you see he's got 40%, 46% equity here, but he's only invested less than a third of the pot. So he's making pretty good money here no matter what happens. Ooh, a 5 on the flop. Boris in need of some backdoors now. He has got the equity with the 7 of spades, but the 10 of diamonds on the turn leaves him drawing dead. And he's going to be eliminated in 5th place. So GG there, Boris. Everybody else benefiting from that 2.1k pay jump. Boris taking around 5,300 euros for his troubles, plus whatever he earned in bounties. Everybody else now locked up around 7.4k. Starting to get pretty juicy.
This is yours. He's good here. New blinds 60,000, 120. 120 and half enter.
Blinds up. 60k at 120. Michel there in seat 2 is your current chip leader. Seat 4 there, second in chips.
It's 120.
Not much in it. between
6 pass.
Nelson and Ewan. Around 12.5 big blinds. Ewan
1 pass.
puts his queen 5 into the muck. Michel in the small blind. 8 deuce offsuit. Elects to let it go. Seems like a reasonable decision. Not going to fold a whole lot, but 8 deuce off. Very, 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 very poor. So
60,000. 60.
Queen 10 offsuit for Ewan under the gun.
1 raise, 240.
Goes for the raise. Seems pretty good. 5-handed. Seems totally fine to me. Michel on the button with the ace-8 offsuit. He lets it go this time. Thinks that perhaps Ewan's range is going to be too strong, not deep enough to 3-bet fold, doesn't want to 3-bet commit with a hand as weak as ace-8 offsuit. Not strong enough to call, so Gilles in the big blind, the king 5 off. He elects to let it go as well. I think, again, like the king is just going to be dominated so often by so much of Ewan's opening range, and Ewan's opening range is going to be really, really high card heavy at this stage. A few of the pocket pair, a few more pocket pairs are just going to get mucked pre-flop, like 4s, maybe even 5s. He's probably just going to muck pre-flop because there is going to be, he knows he's going to be facing a lot of pressure. And then the rest of his, some of the rest of his pocket pairs are going to just open shove for like 12 or 13 big blinds. So that range ends up being really, really dense with king high, ace high type hands. Michel folds the 5-3 suited. Nelson going to fold his queen 6. So everybody in the blinds 50% of the time now. So action going to be ramping up. Perfect storm, 6 max, short-handed, bounties in play as well, and being the final table. 10-8 off for Gilles in the small blind. Playing around 14 big blinds effective with Ewan. Elects to call. Seems like a good play to me. Just a couple too many big blinds to shove. Don't think shoving would be the worst play, but Ewan not under an insane amount of pressure facing a jam because he is one of the shortest stacks, so he's going to be calling off with not an insanely tight range. He's not just going to be folding everything just facing a shove when he knows that the shove's going to be pretty wide. Ace 7-6 rainbow board gives Gilles the gut shot. Ewan has middle pair. Gilles just has 2 overs to that pair as well. Obviously not going to know that yet, but not very much ace-x in Ewan's range at all. Maybe a bit of ace-deuce off, ace-3 off type stuff that checks back pre-flop, but the majority of his ace-x is going to raise or shove versus the limp pre-flop. So really, really good board for Gilles to start betting. Just putting pressure on all the unpaired hands. Going to get folds from king highs, queen highs, jack highs here, which is a lot of hands. Starting to put pressure on some pocket deuces, pocket 3s that didn't shove pre-flop, some of the weak 6x and 7x that doesn't have any backup, any kind of backdoor with it. But Ewan obviously not going to fold a 7 just yet. Not as much ace-x in Gilles' range. It does go both ways. Gilles although he's going to trap some of the better ace-kings, ace-queens and stuff like that, he is also just going to shove a lot of his weaker stuff, like any other ace that he doesn't want to trap. Is just going to be shoved. So no ace, deuce, ace, any ace-x really in Gilles' range. Almost none. deuce on the turn doesn't really change anything. If anything, it's slightly better for Ewan because, like we said, there's no ace deuce for Gilles, and then Gilles probably folds 7 deuce off, 6 deuce off pre-flop. Probably limps the suited versions, but there's only one combo I think of each because of the suits on the board. 2 combos of 7 deuce, 2 combos of 6 deuce suited, and Ewan blocking one of the 7 deuce suited with his hand. Ewan going to have those 7 deuce and 6 deuce offsuit combinations himself though. Gilles going for a second barrel, and I don't see Ewan folding here. Relatively straightforward call. A lot of hands that can choose to bluff this board, and like we said, not as much ace-x in Gilles' range as perhaps he realizes. So 7-3 going to be one of our best hands, really. Obviously some other 7x, but having a 3 is pretty nice. Don't block really any bluffs. Does make the call. Jack on the river doesn't change anything. If Gilles has rivered a hand like a jack, he's probably not gonna go for value with it. I mean, I guess he might. A jack is going to be good enough a bunch of the time because we can remove so much ace-x from both ranges, so a jack is going to be pretty strong. He might go for a block with jack-x, but if he barrels again here, he's really repping these relatively good top pairs. Like, you'd have to have some like ace-8, ace-9 type stuff here, or perhaps some of his ace-x that trapped pre-flop but didn't get the shove. Ace-kings, ace-queens still in the range. Does check. Ewan just checks back and gonna take that pot.
Show cards. Pick them and put them here for like 2 seconds.
C'est pas évident. Just 60. J'aurais pas snap. Pass. Rise 240. One pass. Two pass. Six rise 240. One pass. Two pass. 5 raise 680. Six raise all in. Pass. 5,000 more? 5,000 more?
Like 2 million?
2 million too.
Once, please. One raise 240. Two pass. Five pass. Six call. What's up?
Rappelle les souvenirs. Mauvais souvenirs.
Six check. One bet. 165. Six pass. The 60.
Ah oui.
Two pass. Five pass. Six call.
Trois, ouais. Calme-toi.
Six call. Yeah. One raise all in. Six pass. Five pass. Six pass. One pass. Can you change 110 back, please? Thank you. Six raise, 300. One raise. 780. Two pass. 780. Two pass. Five pass.
Combien total à peu près?
2,5 millions, 2,6 millions, je pense, un truc comme ça. Je sais pas exactement. Tu veux que je te détaille avec... Ça, c'est des piles de vent. C'est ça que je pense. Le mec, il reste 300K. C'est pas pour ça. C'est pas pour ça.
Je veux bien un compte précis, s'il te plaît. Ah, 100 après, je pense.
Un million 780 plus ça.
All in.
Six raise, all in.
Ah, il me prend
One
des points
pass.
de trompette.
Black blind. raise to 40. Two pass. Five raise all in. Six pass.
1 million, ça.
Huh? One call.
Allez, je tape. Je tape tout de suite. Pan. Tu sais faire la table?
Oui, facile.
Tape. Pan. Allez, 2-2-2. 2-2-2. 2. Coup de Victor.
Un
2 de
diamant.
pique.
Carreau.
Oh non. On peut le faire. Allez, valet de pique. Valet de pique.
Il en reste 2.
Valet de pique, allez. Pan.
795.
7.
5. 800. And 5.
95.
795.
And Brian's are up. 70, 140.
We have no blinds. 70, 140. Two raise, 280. 5 pass. 6 pass. Let's put the cards in the box. Heads up. One check. Two bet. 140. One pass. Change the order. Good luck.
Raise-all-in.
Tout à l'heure, le roi était en
Maillot, les montagnes russes.
cœur, de cœur, 10 de cœur. 10 de cœur.
10 de cœur pour le souhait.
Boum. Allez, allez. Allez, reste. Allez, cette fois-ci, j'appelle le 4 de pique. Un 4 de pique.
Non.
Oh, arrête.
J'ai dit.
Can I make a like second break? Is it okay?
It's fine.
5 minute break.
5 minute break.
Yeah.
Can we do it, sir? 5 minute break.
Si jamais j'appelle.
Not yet. I will ask because of the stream.
Okay, just water.
I need to
toilet.
ask the stream
Okay.
team, but we're gonna play for the moment.
Okay.
Ouais. Bah les deux premiers c'est 17. Et l'autre c'est 17. Non, l'autre c'est 12 il me semble. Non, t'as raison.
Yes, I can say you can sing a song.
Victime potentielle.
Même pas de potentiel.
Because before I can help you, but you cannot help me.
D'accord.
Before I helped you, but you can't help me. Ante, please, and big blind. Ante is 70. Can you give me 20? Another 5, please? Okay, so I just do like this. Ante and big blind.
How about like 4.5?
I have like 4.7 actually.
So, okay.
Yeah, something
There
like
is
this.
like
2, 4. Ah! Oh yeah, 4.5.
okay. Thank you.
And you?
Too much.
2. About 7.
7?
Yeah.
What?
'Raise-all-in. Call.
There we go. Ouh. Attention. Moi j'ai rien. Il reste 10.
Victor. Il y a eu un appel après.
Now you have a bit less.
Yeah.
We are working on it. We are working on it.
Yeah.
1,000,007. And 7. 1,7. $70.
Don't know how long I've been muted for, but I hope it wasn't long. I feel like it was pretty long. Been talking this whole time. Silly me. Well, we saw a couple of interesting all-ins with a get there and a re-get there both times, resulting in one elimination and one double up. Nelson right back in the mixer now, up to 3.5 million after doubling up there with the ace-10. Pretty close three-handed battle.
Call. Check.
Nelson limping out of the small blind with the ace-10 off, 20, 25 big blinds also effective. Going for the limp shove, I guess. But Gilles did not bite with the queen-10 off, checks it back in a 5-5-4 board.
Check.
No help for either player. Ace-high still the best hand. 5 on the turn. Really, really good board for Nelson. Going to be ahead of the vast majority of Gilles' hand. It's probably expect a 4 or a 5 to start betting the flop as well. So ace-high going to be pretty much always the best hand.
Bet 140. Please 5 more. Call.
Goes for the stab with the ace-10, just trying to protect his equity a little bit, get a little bit of value from worse perhaps. Has succeeded. Gilles floating with the queen high. 6 doesn't really change much. There will be some 6x that Gilles floats perhaps on the turn if he thinks there's not much 5 or 4 in Nelson's range at all. Then he might elect to still float some hands that have straight draw. 6-7s and the like that have 2 overs to the board as well.
Check. Check.
Relatively bricky. Goes check, check, and Nelson going to take this one down with his ace-high. Up to 3.8 mil now, drawing pretty close to Gilles' stack. Things squaring up a bit more evenly now, three-handed. Nelson, the queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Call.
So yeah, everything's very, very close. Gilles actually the chip lead now with 4.4 million. Pulled out a tiny lead over Michel after Michel lost that flip. Queen 9.
Raise.
So things very, very tight indeed. Three-handed. Michel going for the ISO with the 9-3 offsuit versus Gilles' small blind limp. And I expect Gilles is going to want to continue a hand this strong, Jack-8 suited. Not going to be dominated super often, and going to make some pretty strong holdings post-flop. So definitely worth a continue. Does make the call off to a 1.2 million chip pot. Whoever wins this is going to be the chip leader. And ace-6-4, a really good board for Michel's isolating range. Gilles gonna have some ace-x still in his limp call range, but a lot of it's gonna raise itself pre-flop, or might go for a limp jam at this kind of stat depth. Some of the stronger stuff, so really only left with a few of the kind of weaker ace-x in his range. Michel gonna have a lot in his ISO range. Not much 6 or 4 in Gilles' limp call range for this kind of size either. He's going to have some like king 6 suited and 6-7 suited and stuff like that, but vast majority of his hands are going to be like jack high, queen high, king high type stuff. So nice hand there by Michel, takes down that 1.2 million chip pot and puts himself back into chip lead.
Can we do it now?
So we can take a full break now, and then we skip the next one. Meaning we're gonna play longer.
Okay. Okay for me if...
You fine?
Okay, so...
Break. So you take 15 minutes, so it's 22:15, back at 23.
It looks like we're going on a break, so we will be right back.
Il est gourmand, garçon. D'abord, je vais faire un coup de route.
Pouvez-vous me faire un petit chip count,
Oui,
mademoiselle?
oui, oui, sûr.
Oh, le mec, comment il se la place. Ok.
S'ils veulent jouer pour savoir qui gagne le tournoi dans l'absolu, il faut qu'il y ait un enjeu. Donc ça se fera pas sur le price pool, ça se fera sur un deal avec les bounty. Okay. En tout cas, ils ne jouent pas que pour le trophée.
Ok, oh oui, bon, ça c'était bon.
C'est logique, donc après ils peuvent dealer sur les bounty, tu essayes de...
Moi, je fais un truc qui est de la gueule.
Voilà, et puis tu valides un combo.
So they have to play, also if they want to deal, they have to play for the trophy,
They have to play for money.
for the bounty.
A reasonable amount. Bounty most likely, yes. Okay. How much I have left? I think I have 4 million.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Moi, tu me demandes pas. Moi, je me fais.
Parce que tu n'as pas les problèmes avec 10.
Ok. 1 million, 1.5, 2 million,
2 million.
2.6,
3.1.
3.1. Ideally, I need an extra 900.
Extra 900, I think is too much. You cannot take 500 from there.
I need an extra 400.
And 400, we can take 3 here. Those 3.
One over there.
3 here, so this is 9.
And
This is 1.9.
I'll take that. We don't need.
No, which is it's 140, 80,
Much of them.
160.
That's enough. This is plenty. Oh my goodness, this is too high.
Yeah. And I try before I give the less pieces with the 500s, but
You can put back 200. Because I thought I had 4 million, but I have 3.8.
No, I don't want 200s, please.
I mean you don't want 200.
I don't. Because I know it's stupid, but I don't work often with the 200s.
No,
So
it's
I
not
can.
200. I'm
No,
missing 2 chips.
2 chips, okay.
Yeah, just 2 chips, not 200.
thought
Come on.
maybe
200.
In Tallinn, sometimes they work with the 200s. And one time I was in one final table, and me and also the floorman, we missed one count
Yeah, of
because
course, 200
usually you
doesn't
don't
make
use
sense.
it. No. It's like the 50. I hate work with the 50.
Or 10,000.
Because I don't, because I don't know exactly. I have to think about how much is one stack.
I agree.
With 25, I don't need to count. I know it's 500.
Okay, that's 1.9. 1.5.9. So that's for here. Then 1 million here. This is 1 million. This guy, and this is how much we said?
900. Those are 3 plus 6, 900. Yes. Yes. So here is 9. Yes. And we need to count it. They want the count.
I forgot.
I hate spread this deck.
Same here. Ils veulent calme-toi, on est en train de le faire. D'accord. Toi, je te sens énervé direct là. Si, t'énerves. Tu le dis pas, mais t'énerves. Alors, 2 milliards, 5, 2 millions 6, 2 millions 6, 2 millions 6, 3 millions 100, 3 millions 200, plus 3, 3 millions 5, 140. Non, je vais à l'arrière ici. 3 millions 140.
Can you do it the other way around? Like king to ace?
I don't
No,
touch it.
it's better like this.
It's important for the stream.
Really? I don't touch it anymore. It's like this. It's done.
Tu veux les bounty aussi? Non. Très bien. Tu m'aurais dit oui, je t'aurais dit non.
Je les veux si tu peux les mettre dans ma poche.
Il est marrant. J'aime ces petits humours. Ok, 2, 2 millions 4, 2 millions 5, 2 millions 8, 3 millions 8, 3 millions 820. J'ai mis 38 millions. 3 millions 820.
Là-bas,
Let me touch the chips.
touch the chips.
The-
Touch.
How you say the chips in Italian?
Fish.
Ah, fish. Yeah, I forgot.
Like the
Spanish is
Spanish.
fichas.
Fichas.
Or we can use
Let me touch
also
the fish.
gettoni.
Gettoni.
Gettoni. But
very much
we
more
don't use a
French.
lot gettoni.
Guys, come on, please work on your accent and just speak French.
Yes, right?
Jeton.
Gettoni.
Jeton. It will be easier for everyone.
Ok. 1 million, 1 million 5, 1 million 9. 1
Deux.
million 9. 2 millions, 4 millions, 4 millions 5, 4 millions 835. Voilà, monsieur. Ne cassez plus les coups. Ça suffit.
I can close everything here?
Yes, you can.
Parler comme ça.
Je peux?
Tu peux pas parler comme ça.
Oui, mais elle ne comprend pas encore. Elle ne comprend pas tout. Donc ça, je peux me permettre. Elle comprendrait, je ne me permettrais pas. Respect. Respect, quand même.
Tu leur as donné 15 du coup?
Plaît-il? Ouais, 15, ouais.
15 et du coup il n'y a pas le prochain break.
Comme ça, le prochain break, parce que 5 minutes, là, c'est pété, tu vois.
Ah bah surtout que 5 minutes c'est pas.
5 minutes, le temps qu'ils
5
partent, ils
minutes c'est 10
reviennent.
minutes.
Le temps qu'ils partent, ils reviennent, ça revient au même.
Et du coup c'est quoi tu non tu vas les changer c'est ça?
Ouais, j'attends qu'ils reviennent et je leur fais un petit change. Comme ça, on a plus.
Ah oui, non il est déjà.
C'est déjà fait.
Non je m'en fous.
So,
I know.
we good, eh?
1.9, 1,900,000. It should be
Molto
good.
bene, molto bene.
1 million.
Molto bene, sei italiano, molto bene.
Molto bene. 900.
But you speak French now, right?
Un petit peu. Non, pour la table, c'est suffisant. Pour une conversation, 900. 1.5.
On va tester en français.
Last time for Winamax in Madrid, I did this table in French because he said, okay, now we are all French on the table. Start to speak French.
But no, because you said okay, I can say the numbers in French.
The number of
And there
little
was-
things on the
there was
table,
like,
yeah.
English players or foreign players.
Yeah, at one point we were Spanish and we started, okay, now your job is easy. You have to bust the Spanish so we can switch again with French.
It's funnier, right?
Yeah, it
You
was
didn't
fun.
like doing final table.
I never worked in French on the stream. That was my first time.
That's good, right?
The first time is always not the best, and then
You bleed a little, then it's okay. You know?
then it's okay.
You won't die.
It's nice to be seated in a so comfortable chair.
Just doesn't bend that way.
all right.
But you didn't tell him every 45 minutes?
No, I asked you. I didn't confirm.
You're doing 45
your
minutes.
opinion.
He's just doing 25.
So you're 45, I 30.
Yeah, if you want, take an extra 15. Or now you here. Maybe we can start with you. Anyways, it's not gonna last long. You decide, guys. I don't care.
I had the opportunity to bust that player and I didn't bust.
Mom.
And I thought you did.
I don't understand why you tell me that.
Congratulations. This is why you're coming to the
And
table.
then she's confused. It's
I
like,
was
what the
confused
fuck
because
is
what the fuck?
And I was
I'm pretty sure that,
I was like,
you
okay,
won.
no, forget what I said.
Because I was counting the stack. Oh, you tell me this. I'm like, okay,
Forget what I said.
forget what I said.
you talk between you.
Come 45?
Come in 15 minutes, so you say, oh,
Extra 15, yes.
extra 15.
Coming 15. And then you turn 45 minutes. Yeah? Cheers.
But you were briefed. So you're Michael as well? Yes. So how many Michaels do you have?
Michael Dudas was here before. Many Michael. You are in Slovakia. In Slovakia, they are all Michaels.
That's right.
It's not Michal. In Slovakia, you don't say Michal.
Michal.
Oh, Michal. Michal? CH is H. Michal.
And the other one is Michal also.
But the hell is not the hell with the, it's not the Polish one. Like because in Polish it's like Michal.
Yeah, but in Polish the L has like
Yes.
this thing.
Yes.
And it's like
In Slovakia, they are normal. They put the accent just on the end.
Okay, in case you start the table, there is 1,900,000. There is 1,000,000, and here is
4 minutes
900.
when we start. You want.
I start so the table. Okay, I start the table. You don't need to.
Quand ça joue, quand c'est...
Before, when I had the problem with this, I heard like 20th Century Fox. That was the sound that I have. And one player, he want to raise 800 and move, and I didn't understand if he said raise or say all in. Sorry, can you repeat? But I was like, boom, 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 boom. But now it's okay.
You have 3 minutes and they are not here. I'm not happy.
Never happy.
One is here.
You have a good poker face.
All right, boys. I have 1. I have 2. Where's the last? Good luck.
Thank you. So guys, we make a color up, you can see, 1.5, 1.8, 1.9. And I gave you 1.5. And this is for you. Here we have 1 million. 1 million. And here we have 500, 600,
We're back, just racing off some chips, get rid of some of those piles, make things a bit more understandable, more simple. 3 guys left. Everybody locked up 10.3k plus any bounties that they have amassed along the way. Pay jump from 3rd to 2nd place takes us up to 17.3k, so about a 7k pay jump for whoever makes it to heads up, and then both heads up positions pay the same, as it's a progressive knockout tournament.
Big blind, please. More, please. Thanks. Raise.
So blinds are still 70k or 140k for the time being. Gilles opening up the button with the Queen 9 offsuit. Folds to Nelson in the big blind. Lets the Jack Deuce offsuit go. Gilles picks this one up. Michel is back into the chip lead currently, although things are very, very close and things can change in the space of one hand. It's 5 off for Nelson in the small blind.
Raise 500.
25 big blinds effective. He opens to 500k for around a 3.5x. Interesting hand to choose to raise first in at this kind of stat depth. Would have expected that one to get limped a bit more often. But Gilles gets out of the way with the King 3 offsuit. So Nelson takes that one down. Super close between those two guys. And I mean, Michel is not far ahead at all. I think he's got less than 5 million. Looks like he's got around 4.2 maybe. So things are super close here. Blind versus blind battle. Michel is dominated. Checks it back. Don't want to ISO a hand like this and then get shoved on. A bit too good for that. You want to use more kind of like ropey offsuit King X, King 4, King 5 type stuff at this kind of stat depth. King, Queen, Jack, board. It's both players a decent amount. Big blind's definitely going to have some Queen X, Jack X in his range. A few more of the King X going to get ISO pre-flop, but there are still plenty in both ranges. But the big blind has a lot more kind of junk in it that Gilles would have folded pre-flop out of the small blind. 7 deuce off, 8 deuce off, all that type of stuff. So I'm surprised that Gilles doesn't stab a board like this. It's pretty good for his range overall. He's going to have more strong traps in his range as well that go for the limp jam or the limp raise pre-flop. So surprised to not see a bet on the flop. Does have the gut shot for equity as well, and the 9 of hearts for the backdoor flush draw. Starts betting the turn. 4 of clubs is a complete brick. I don't think a 4 is even going to be continuing versus a bet, so a bet makes a good amount of sense. After the flop goes check, check, and Michel does let that one go.
Raise 280.
Pocket 8's on the button. Makes it 280 and min raise. Takes it down. That seems good. Don't think there's any need to defend 9-5 offsuit.
Call.
Bit of blind on blind action. Nelson limping the jack 7 off. Looks like Gilles going for an ISO here with the 10-5. And gets a quick fold out of Nelson.
Can you change this?
Gilles laying the trap with jacks, but Michel does not find a combo he fancies isolating with. Checks back the 9-4 suited, and we will go to a flop. A 9 or a 4 could make things interesting. We get a couple of streets. Amazing flop for Gilles. Flops the over pair with the open ender and the club in his hand as well. So very, very solid for him. Middle pair for Michel as well. He's picked up the 9, no backdoor. And facing the check. Feels like he wants to go for a bet to get some value, get a bit of protection as well. And Gilles can really continue in any fashion he likes here, other than a fold. Elects to go for the call. And Jack on the turn. Interesting turn card. Gilles turns top set. Michel's hand drops off massively. Not loving it anymore. So many hands have turned a straight. Yeah, lots and lots of combos that are going to have turned a straight there. R9 just kind of shrivels up. Even just the jack, it's going to be a lot of hands that just connect with that jack in a 1 pair or 2 pair kind of way as well. And after the turn goes check, Gilles going to realise he has the best hand a solid amount of the time here, as especially with 2 flush draws on board, straights, even a 7x straight is probably going to want to bet the turn for value and protection against the flush draws. So yeah, Gilles going to assume he has the best hand a decent amount of the time and try to squeeze some value out of a hand like a 10 or some 2 pairs that do exist. Just goes for a block 275k. And now Michel in a decision with his 9, but I think there's just so little we beat. We really only beat busted clubs, obviously, but even some of those have a straight. 7x with clubs and the Queen X with clubs, obviously. So many hands like Jack X, King Jack, Ace Jack that trap pre-flop, something like Jack 6 suited. Really, any Jack from the flop can be betting this size as well. So tough spot for Michel, but yeah, not very many natural bluffs really. Would just be like this, the kind of, I don't know, don't even know, 6x of diamonds type stuff, Ace 6 of diamonds, that decides to turn to a bluff. But yeah, Michel makes a pretty standard fold there. I don't think we really beat enough to warrant calling. She picks up the small pot.
Six raise 320. 2 pass.
Blinds up now, 80k or 160k. Nelson playing 20 big blinds. The other 2 guys playing somewhere between 20 and 30 big blinds each. So things starting to get a little on the shallow side, considering we're only 3-handed. These stacks don't go as far as they would on a full ring. And Jack 9 off in the big blind. We're defending 8-9 suited for Gilles. So another hand where we see a case of domination, but doesn't mean too much. In position has a pretty big advantage on a lot of boards. So there we are. This is one of them. Just see a check bet fold here. Goes for the 1 big blind, and yeah, nothing Nelson can really do here with Jack 9. Just lets it go.
Five call. Six jack.
Off to another flop. Two relatively strong hands, considering this is a limp pot. King 10-0 and the ace deuce off, ace deuce suited. Relatively good board for both players. Anything paired board means that unpaired hands maintain their strength a little bit better. So king high and ace high are both going to be expecting to be the best hand here majority of the time. Let's go check, check. 9 of diamonds on the turn gives Nelson a little bit more equity. He picks up the open ender and the flush draw to go along with it. Both pretty strong draws at this stage. Blocking straights as well, something like 10-8. 10-7 or Queen 10 that's turned a straight after checking back the flop. Goes for the one big blind bet on the turn. I think we could definitely go a bit bigger than this. We want to start putting pressure on like some weak ace X and ace highs that have checked back the. So if he has a hand like 8-3 offsuit that decided to just check back the flop, we can start punishing a hand like that. But this size doesn't really punish very much. We allow a whole heap of stuff to continue, and then we leave ourselves in a pretty tricky spot on the river. I think just betting big and makes a bit more sense. But he does take it down. Ace high getting out of the way. Gio limps out of the small blind with the Queen 6 suited. Michelle in the big blind, ace 7 offsuit. Interesting spot. I think, again, it's like we don't want to ISO this one and then get shoved on. We can be getting shoved on by some hands like ace 5 suited, and we can't really raise, call it off for 23, 24 bigs with a hand like ace 7 offsuit. But he is just going to fast play and try to get some value from what he believes is the best hand. And is the best hand. Gio not going anywhere though. Going to complete with the Queen 6, and we're going to take another flop. The 9-8 for rainbow. No help for either player. It's going to be a decent bit of 9x, 8x in Gio's range that limp calls. Going to have Jack 8 suited, Queen 8 suited, 10-8, 9-8 suited, 9-7s, all that kind of stuff. Goes check, check. Deuce of clubs on a 10, not changing anything. Gio definitely going to want to start bluffing this turn a lot after the flop goes check, check. Michel obviously going to bet most of his pairs on the flop. Anything with a decent amount of equity, even hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, probably going to want to start betting the flop. Gio just has a big advantage here. After the flop goes check, check, he's going to have far more 8x, 9x, 4x. Michel's best hand really going to be like ace highs and flush draws at this point, and potentially some like Queen Jacks and stuff that did check. Gio is going for the bet. And Michel smells a bluff. Decides to peel one off of ace high, not blocking any draws apart from 6-7, 10-7. Not a big deal. Ace is going to be a really bad card for Gio, and he knows that a lot of the turn range that peels is going to be ace high, and even ace high with flush draws and stuff. So Alex to just shut this one down. Michel probably going to fire out a value bet. He can still bluff his like 6-7 suitors, jack tens, some kind of weak hands with clubs. If he decides to ISO some low club hands, he might probably not choose to do that pre-flop, but they can exist in some capacity. He might float the turn with a hand like king queen and decide to bluff the river because it's just such a good river for him. So knows he needs to value bet pretty wide here as well. But yeah, obviously nothing for Gio. He just check folds the queen high, and Michel retakes the chip lead up to almost 5 mil, just over 30 big blinds.
Six pass. Could you please put the cards bigger?
Michel has found king 8 suited in the small blind. Opens into Nelson's big blind. Nelson with the 9-7 offsuit, going to make the defend.
Hands up.
Queen high, 2 hearts, pretty good board for Michel. Flops the king high flush draw. Not going to be a bunch of 5x and 3x in Nelson's range, but they do exist. Could really go either way on this board. The queen is going to connect with Nelson's range decent a bit, and he's going to have some straight draws and some flush draws himself. He's going to have some ace highs, ace deuce, ace 4, gut shot type hands that are going to defend. So you can really go either way. Check or bet both seem fine, but Nelson's exact hand has whiffed completely. Just the 9 high with the 7 high backdoor flush draw. I think we're going to see a fold here. Does fold. And Michel picks up another pot up to 5.4 mil. Sixes for Michel now on the button. Pretty easy open for him, and he can call a jam from Nelson for that bounty for less than 20 big blinds. Gio, no resistance at the big blind. Michel got a little bit of momentum now.
320. 320. 320. Six pass.
Nelson opening ace queen on the button. His first nice hand for him in a little while. And we see Gilles fold the ace out of the small blind there as well. So a couple of outs gone there, not that he needs them at the moment. Michel makes the defend with the 9-4 suited. A fine hand to defend with. And we see the king 9-4 with one club, so Michel second pair and the backdoor flush draw. Pretty good flop for him. And it's going to be a board that Nelson's going to want to see bet at a very, very high frequency, if not 100% of the time.
200. Big call.
Bets 200k, met with a quick call. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Absolute brick, bricky as it gets. Expect we'll probably see this one go check, check. Nelson not really blocking too many continues now. The kind of queen 10 and queen type combos are going to start folding now on the turn. He doesn't really block that many ace top pairs from Michel, so I expect Michel's probably going to jam king queen pre-flop and obviously definitely ace king. So yeah, it doesn't really block anything relevant, only really blocks strong second pairs, ace 9 and queen 9. So this hand actually doesn't make a particularly good bluff, and we still have some showdown value against 6-7, 7-8, jack 10, queen jack, queen 10. So there's a lot of hands that we were ahead of. So I would have preferred to see a check with this exact combo. And Michel sniffing it out. Calls again on the turn. 6 of diamonds on the river completes the board. Michel has the best hand. Looks like Nelson's considering trying to get him off it though. SPR at less than 1.
Bet 1.4 million.
Goes for 1.4 mil. 2/3 pot. Leaves himself just 2 big blinds behind. Real tough spot for Michel now. Very relatively under bluff line. You don't often see people go for the triple with an airball, especially as his most likely hands that he would have bluffed the turn with would be hands with equity like jack 10, queen jack, 7-8, 6-7, 6-7 and 7-8 either made a pair or a straight. And the queen jack and the jack 10s, they're pretty good to bluff with because they block pretty much the top of Michel's king x 1 pair range. Like jack 10 in particular, blocking king jack and king 10 is really, really nice. If we think king queen might shove pre-flop, then jack 10 is like the nut bluff, especially on this run out. But yeah, I mean, real tough spot for Michel. It's whether or not people actually go for those bluffs, and even if he does find like every combo of jack 10, there's still so many combos of king queen plus for value. Obviously ace king, aces, pocket fives, king 9 suited, all of those hands exist. So nice bluff there from Nelson, gets the triple barrel through and locks himself up a very healthy pot. Things really, really close still. Everybody had a go in the chip lead. Good 3-handed battle.
Big one, please. Big slice. 320. 2 pass.
7-6 suited on the button for Gilles. He opens to 320. Nelson with King 8 suited in the big blind. Definitely going to be defending. Not sure what is going on. There we go. Race to 320 and a call. The Jack 6-3 rainbow, 1 spade. Nelson with the overcard and the backdoor flush draw. Gilles flop middle pair. No backdoor for him other than that straight draw. No club on the board. Pretty good board for Gilles to be betting at a very high frequency. Again, if not 100% frequency. So expect to see a bet here. 250, something along those lines. 225. Just 325, but I'm pretty sure that's 225. Only saw 2 black chips each there. Jack of diamonds on a turn. A pretty good turn for Gilles. Reduces the likelihood that Nelson had a jack in his hand. Makes it more likely that the 6 is going to be the best hand. An interesting lead here from Nelson. Not really a turn that I would expect we want to do very much leading on, especially not with a hand like this, because we block folds now with this. Like, yeah, we block a king jack offsuit, and that's like relatively okay. But I mean, there's so many hands that block some form of jack X. We allow Gilles to continue with all of his draws. We don't have any equity whatsoever, really. I mean, obviously we have like the king against a hand like pocket queens or pocket tens or whatever, any pair. But yeah, the jack, not going to be one that we want to lead much anyway, because our jack X is interested in just checking, keeping worse hands in the pot. We would have check raised some of our jack X on the flop, and I think the jack X that we do have doesn't necessarily want to lead this turn. It's just we're more leading when like the 6 pairs or the 3 pairs than when the jack pairs. And now Nelson in a sticky spot on the river. Maybe too excited that his bluff got through last hand that he wants to have another go. But no, it gives this one up. Goes check, check. Gilles going to take this one down with a 7-6. Pretty healthy pot, 2.4 million.
Bank old man. Raise. 400. Plus. 5. 5. 6 plus.
Gilles letting the 4-3 offsuit go.
There's new blinds, 100, 200.
Gilles completes the 5-4 offsuit out of the small blind. Blinds 100k, 200k now. Things are getting pretty spicy. Chip leader only playing 23 big blinds, so definitely going to be some action in the coming hands. Michel checks back, the king 7 off. We see the 8-4-3 flop, so Gilles flops middle pair. Flops the best of it. But it's a board that's going to connect with the big blind a solid chunk of the time here. There's a lot of this type of stuff in the check back range. 8x, 4x, 3x, straight draws, a lot of connectivity. Gilles finds himself another real nice turn though. Deuce picks up an open ender. Probably going to start betting now. There's enough he can get value from that's worse. He can get called by 3x, deuce x, some ace highs that check back, some 6x and 5x. So yeah, definitely enough stuff in there. Michel makes the fold. Eight 6 off for Gilles. He lets that one go on the button. Michel, ace 6 offsuit in the small blind. And I think we're playing a shove stack now. The big blind, I'm pretty sure, has around 13 or 14 big blinds. So, going to be a pretty easy jam for Michel. And he does find a jam. And Nelson finds another call out of the big blind. Pocket sevens. 12.5 bigs. And fake flip. Just the one over card. Feels like absolutely mountains of equity when you're all in against ace-x when you have a pair. Michel going to be absolutely crippled down to around 10 bigs if he loses this pot. Be the shallowest he's been at this final table. He's had a pretty solid lead, but there we go, ace in the window. Tough stuff. Hard to come back now, just 2 outs. Nelson needs to find a 7 and a 7 only. No backdoors. No other draws. Queen of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Jack on the river. And that's going to do it. Nelson eliminated in 3rd place. He wins himself around 10,300 euros plus whatever he's won in bounties up to this point. So pretty nice score for him. In the range of 10 to 13,000 euros. And now we're heads up. Both guys locked up 17.3k. And there is no pay jump for 1st place. Just playing for the bounties now, basically. Michel has a bit of a chip lead and a much bigger bounty. Just won about 2.6k there for, well, he wins 1.3k and 1.3k added to his bounty, but a nice knockout nonetheless.
Sure.
Now onwards to crown a champion.
Yeah, they're anyway gonna have to talk about deal. No, they wanna talk about the deal.
Can you see the numbers?
I don't think there is numbers because
There's no number. The price pool is the same. You just pay for the bounty.
Yeah, exactly. And
we can just delete you and me.
yeah, okay.
Like what we can do, we can just do like
I know that the price pool is total.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So we can just
and
do like
TPV.
3/4 for the winner and 25 for the loser of the KO. Because you cannot split the KO. You know what I mean?
Can we?
You can
Like,
split it,
it's
but
weird.
not evenly.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to leave at least a reasonable amount for the winner.
How much do you have? You have 6, 7?
Chips?
Yeah.
Yeah, like how much do you have? You
Yeah,
can,
5.
so I have like seven
Yeah.
something.
So
You want to move him to position 5?
as you wish. Either we let something to we split 50-50 and we let something to the win.
Okay.
Perhaps discussing whether they can do a deal for the bounties or not. I'm not sure. Traditionally, in PKOs, it's not something that you generally do. I think a few online sites now have started allowing players to chop the bounties heads up, but traditionally they get played out. That's why the payouts.
You have 3-5?
Okay.
6, 6-5, 6-6, 7. 6-7 and 3-5. 3-6.
So it's like more or less 10, a bit more.
10-3.
6-7 and 3-6.
And we
10-3, yeah.
10-3, and you have to leave like okay.
So how much we have? 2, 5, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 75. 3, 5, 75. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, correct? Yeah. So 6, 7. That's 10,000.
Okay, Aaron. That's not exact. How much you have?
At least 1,500.
oh yeah, for sure more than this. You agree, right?
Yeah, yeah,
You need to play for something.
yeah. Yeah, sure, sure. This is 2 or
I'm happy as long as you play for at least 1,500.
6.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. 50.
Even 2,000 because it's 10, it's 10, 7,
Okay.
it's 10 to 7. 2,000 at least would be better. 2,000.
We can do like more or less.
Give
Yeah.
me a
But I'm not gonna give you too much for 2 big ones.
720. I know, but just know. Okay, I have 7 to 95. Okay, we can split like
3.5, more or less each, and there is like 3k to the win or something like this.
okay, we can chop like 7 to 75, leave 3k.
Sorry.
We can chop like 7,000 to 75, leave 3k from the winner,
Yeah, perfect.
and do it by the how the numbers talks.
Okay.
So I will
Yeah,
have
fine.
like
Yeah, you will have like.
You must play.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
of course we play for the
You want to
3,000.
do the ICM for the
20.
7,275.
Yeah.
Which 7? The
En
bounties
gros,
we cannot do ICM.
non, non, but just to, pour us to know, en gros on laisse 3K à la win,
Ouais.
et les 7 275, on voudrait les partager en nombre. De toute façon, on va la faire nous-mêmes plus tard.
Mais ça me dérange pas. Le problème, c'est que je peux faire d'ICM sur les jetons du tournoi.
Oui.
Évidemment, ça n'a pas de sens que vous avez le même prix tous les deux. Mais je ne peux pas faire d'ICM sur les politiques, ça n'existe pas. Vous voyez ce que je veux dire?
Oui, mais enfin, là par rapport au. Si par exemple vous prenez les jetons du tournoi et que vous mettez juste 7000 et quelques, comme si c'était le total price pool, ça va vous donner un chiffre ICM.
Ouais, éventuellement, je peux faire ça. Ouais.
Faut voir un peu.
Ouais.
Ouais, parfait.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, we switched for French. It's very loud.
Yeah.
So he's suggesting that I'm putting it in the app to
Yeah.
calculate ICM. I'm putting the price pool as 7,000.
Yeah, that's what I
And
said.
then count ICM.
Exactly, that's what I want.
After.
Take two minutes to
Okay,
finish
so
the time
I will
I'm
go for
making the
water and
numbers.
You want to move him to position 5?
Yes.
On a short break. We will be right back.
Okay, I need the exact chip card. much do you have?
7295. 672. 95.
Ouais, c'est ça en fait, ouais. Et du coup, comment c'était réparti en fait? Je me demandais, c'est un peu combien il y a peut-être aussi en gros par rapport à. Là, du coup, en gros. Ouais, c'est ça. Mais dans la poche. Je comprends pas, le premier là, il a déjà embauché genre du coup 7K.
7 to 75.
Juste, il prend des sous, c'est bien.
Il y a plein de bananes. 3638. Oui, je crois que c'est ça. T'as un compte qui reste et l'autre que tu prends. Là, les stacks, je les ai racontés ici. Voilà, c'est ça. Ce qui reste, c'est que ce qui peut être pris. Ah, d'accord, ok. Et c'est un peu plus.
En théorie, t'en as au moins autant si ce n'est plus.
D'accord. C'est vrai qu'il a remplacé 3K, l'autre a remplacé 7K. J'espère qu'il a problème. Ouais, les jetons, c'est pas plus avec les petits.
Si le price pool c'est 370, c'est 370.
You pay for basically on the montant you pay for the sorry, you pay for 3,000.
Yeah.
And the remaining is this. Problem is,
Yeah.
technically the ICM is calculated between first place and the second place situation, which the first place wins more than the second place.
Yeah, because
Right now, the price pool, the bounties, it's hard to make it because what do I put in first and what do I put in second?
sorry, let me.
Pour le
This is yeah. And I have 7 something beyond, yes, I have 5 something. I think it's like a simple. I'm not sure what I do it correctly right now, but
whatever you suggest, I will yes.
Si tu veux, les maximum, justement, ça favorise les gens qui ont plus de stacks. Et du coup, c'est pas logique dans les autres, ça favorise un mec qui a plus de stacks. Attends, c'est pas un de l'ICM, c'est
yeah.
Il n'est pas ici, mais c'est pas le stake.
Okay.
C'est un type prorata, on les c'est pas un de l'ICM.
We have to make it up by ourselves, like do the math.
Ce que j'ai expliqué, c'est que ICM, je prends les jetons, je prends une price pool avec une première et une deuxième phase qui n'ont pas le même montant. Le problème là, le price pool de bounty, j'ai 7275 €, mais je ne sais pas comment. J'ai pas de price pool.
C'est ce qu'il me disait, c'est un type prorata, du coup, il n'y a pas de l'ICM. C'est pas logique. Ils sont intérêts, ils ont
Everything has a value of some kind, and we can do like I can do it now.
Le mec ne peut pas descendre en dessous de 2.
Okay, I think
Pourquoi il va intérêt à faire un article où il
c'est
bizarre. Non, mais il prend pas moins, mais en fait, il va prendre moins que le prorata qu'il a.
So, one second.
Parce que là, ici, je calcule la balance.
Ouais, en gros, tu réduis l'écart, mais le premier va être avantagé, alors qu'en heads up, normalement, il n'y a pas de question d'avantage. En 2-3 lèvres, c'est logique parce que du coup, tu as.
C'est une logique à trois.
Parce que moi, quand ils prennent, mais attends, mais l'écart, mais.
We pay for
Un facteur en mode.
we pay for 7 dividends, right?
Non, mais c'est
Yeah.
C'est une méthode qui se base sur des hauts dans le tournoi, évidemment, c'est par rapport à droite à des jetons aussi. Mais ça a avantage en gros dans le deal, c'est que les mecs ont plus de jetons. En prorata, oui, mais après des bounty.
Ah non, mais c'est juste le price pool. C'est comme si c'était un price pool total.
C'est un facteur prédateur de la sauce des.
You look like a smart guy. You can do it.
It looks like a smart.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, it didn't do that in tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not hard, but
It's just like that.
Hmm?
You can do it like that.
Yeah.
You take like, I guess.
Let him try. I mean,
It's not like a big deal.
I know, but I just want to make it fair. I don't want to steal anything from you also, but for now I don't want the numbers in my head. Like, so. solve it.
Yeah, I mean, we play poker.
Yeah, I know, but I guess it was my question is, do I have 60%, right? Oh, that's great. So I get like 60 of 7K. And that's
This is fine, yeah? 2 and 5.
You sure that I have?
But you want to let something to win, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ah, it's okay. Like you make 60% of
Yeah, I know, but my question is, do I have exact 60% of the chips?
Yeah, sure. It's a prorata.
I don't know, but like, yeah.
This
I don't know. I cannot calculate from here.
But okay, I have like
Like we can calculate this.
yeah, I have like 7 to 99, 7 to 95.
Do you remember how much you had?
7 to 95.
99, yeah. And he has
The other one,
4, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 9. 4, 9.
4, 9. 4, 9.
yeah, it is correct.
4, 9.
Okay, to give us a okay?
You have 4.9.
Oh, fuck, okay.
And he has 7 to 95.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's the correct number.
You are wrong because you don't have the total. 7 to 95. You're certain of this?
6, 7 to 95, yes.
Ah, okay.
2, 3, 4, 4, 9. How much is it together? 11, 8?
That's why I double tapped. My mistake.
They are discussing deal. They're gonna play for 3,000 and they're trying to divide the rest of the bounty.
I hate when they deal and
But they have to play for something.
now it's after the deal is more faster now. You can go for a break.
It's fine.
We don't need to sort the deck.
Okay.
I thought it was gonna be like 2 minutes, but it's now 15 minutes.
Mais du coup, ça,
En 2910.
ah non, comme ça. Non, mais moi, c'est pas compliqué. Ça va être avec les jetons KO.
C'est avec les jetons. Donc les jetons maintenant, de toute façon, même si vous allez jouer normalement, les bounty on les récupère et après vous, normalement vous êtes en théorie vous jouez pour tout ça. Donc là maintenant les jetons KO.
Non mais oui, la question c'était plus, j'imagine le vainqueur il va partir avec tout. Ou vous les allez splitter comme ça.
Puisque là vous jouez pour ça.
Ah oui, ok, vous les donnez maintenant.
Non, je les donne pas.
Ah ok.
Ça, vous jouez pour ça. 3000.
Ouais.
On est d'accord. Donc il reste tout ça. On est d'accord.
Oui, qu'on est censé split.
Voilà, que vous splittez à hauteur de 2910 pour vous.
They play for 300, 3000.
Exactly.
3K behind. So, en gros, on va faire 2900 hein, pour en redire.
Wow, he's giving you 10 bucks.
I can give you what they want.
2900.
This guy, he's already taking more. He should give me 15 instead.
More fair is 10 for me.
What?
It's more fair to give 10 for me than
rich, you are already rich. You have more.
I value a beer.
I don't drink alcohol. Je sais pas beaucoup. Dans mon truc, je sais pas trop. Peut-être un peu moins, je pense. Hein?
Now 2 hours.
Trophée.
Tellement trophée en vrai.
Ce que je disais à Mika, j'ai une trophée de toi. Je joue.
So this is, we're gonna leave them here.
Okay.
100%.
This is his, and you play for this. That's the price.
One, two.
How much?
2000.
Maybe you can make it free. So. I do see. It's easier for
You
everyone.
decide.
I guess it's fair.
All right. We agree, guys?
2.9
Is
on
that a
top.
deal?
Yeah.
Three on top.
This is how it is. This is how it stays.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Shake hands to.
Good luck.
Good luck.
It's a nice contract. Congratulations, guys.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
And let's play.
Some kind of deal has been done. Not sure exactly what. I'm guessing some kind of bounty chop or something like that, but they are still surely going to have to play for
Antioch
something.
and it's up, right? Yes.
Perhaps they chopped like the difference in bounties to make it a little bit more level, but the winner's still going to take the rest. I don't know. If I find out, I'll let you know.
Do you want to play with one card spaced?
Let's play normal.
Call.
What we can make
I
blinds
don't
bigger.
think he's allowed in any case.
Boring guy. Check.
Check.
Do you want to make the blinds bigger?
I think it's already big enough. We have like I have 25.
I know, but
Check. Bet 200.
Both guys flopping a gut shot.
Call.
Michel bets his and turns a straight. Gilles picks up a pair on the turn, but not going to be loving it. No club in his hand.
Bet 625.
Should you at least show one when you win? Do that. You have to show one card.
it's fine for me.
Allez.
Do we do it? Yeah. Okay. So win your first one.
I start 11:30, you know?
Six four suited for Gilles on the button. He completes, and 9-6 offsuit for Michel in the big blind.
Check.
Checks it back.
Check. Bet 200.
Gilles smashes that flop, bottom pair, and the flush draw. Michel, absolute airball, lets it go.
Ah non, non, je pense pas. Il a gagné. Non.
Montez, s'il vous plaît. Raise 400.
Michel pops it up to 400k on the bottom with the 10-6 suited. Gilles defends the ace-deuce offsuit, playing 21 big blinds now. Queen 7 at 2 clubs, no help for either player. But Gilles might suspect that his ace high is the best hand still, especially not having any clubs in his hand, not blocking any of those King, Jack, 10 type hands. Does make a call. 9 of spades on the turn, not changing anything. Does give a few more potential hands that Michel can have that improved. Something just like a random 10-9, 9-8 that was betting the flop, King 9, Jack 9 type stuff. Those all pick up a pair now. And Michel going for the double barrel. Trying to just target these types of hands, ace highs, king highs that floated the flop, put flush draws under a bit of pressure. Some of the weak 7x, hand like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, also in a pretty tough spot. Gilles probably going to just reluctantly have to let this one go on the turn. does beat a lot of stuff still, though. He beats all the flush draws that are barreling. He beats Jack 10, King Jack, 10-8, Jack 8. Doesn't block any of them either. No clubs in his hand, so it's got a real interesting combo. If you were going to bluff catch, this would be a pretty good one to start with, I think. But he does let it go.
6-8, 6-10. So many left. Like, I think I have 3, 7, 5, 7, 9. Oh, 8.
Raise all in.
Wow, I can see one. Yeah, sure. It's a real. Wow, this guy is an animal. My new wife is Polish, so if I lose, I'm gonna hear about it for years. Can't hide it.
Call. Check.
Off to another flop. Michel limp him with the 9-4. Gio checks back the 8-5 off. Bag of spanners so far for everybody. Let's see some high cards for the heads up. Blatch, please do that.
Bet 200.
Gio flops a pair.
Call.
Makes a call on the flop, and Michel improves to a pair on the turn. Gio picks up a gut shot now as well. Expect this one goes check check. And 6 on the river. Great board for Gio. He rivers the straight with a straight on board. Obviously, there is still going to be a bit of 8x in both ranges, so Michel not going to call every time, but it depends what Gio goes here. He wants to go a size that makes Michel not want to fold for a chop, but not too big that it only really contains 8x.
Bet 1,500,000.
1.5 mil looks like about 1.5 to 1.6 times the pot. Pretty nice bet. And Michel making this quick fold. Sees the 5. Picks one card, sees the 5. Not the one he wanted to see, but
I hope it was a wrong one.
Gio level things off a little bit there, but Michel still has the chip lead. And that's what we're talking about. Ace King for Gio on the button / small blind. Ace king offsuit. Goes for the limp. Trapping. Going for the trap. Trappy trap. Michel not with the ISO hand though. He's got a good one to just check back, and he does. So we can see some good flops here. Some kind of Jack 10x combinations. Or ace 4 deuce all spades. Basically the same thing. So Gilles flopping the best of it. Michel absolute dust on that board. Let's go. Here we go, bit of action. Both players flopping a pair. Nobody folds pairs heads up. Gilles with the top pair, Michel with the bottom pair. Michel leads for one big blind. Gilles probably going to go for the check raise here. Top pair's strong enough, more than strong enough to raise for value heads up. Pretty much any top pair, especially one as strong as King 9. Lots of hands you can get value from. You can obviously get value from an 8 and a 6. You can get value from worse kings, 10-9, 7-5, 7-4s, all those types of straight draws. There are plenty. 9 blocks some, but no big deal. Still plenty we can get called from. That is worse. Does make it 550, and Michel makes the call with the Jack 6. 8 on the turn doesn't change anything, although it may slow down the action slightly. Gilles unlikely to have much 8x other than a hand like King 8 or 6-8 that raised the flop, but checking both of those kind of combos makes sense as well. Michel, facing the check, decides to go for a small bet. Bets 1/4 of the pot. Just trying to get himself a cheap showdown, perhaps. Still get called by those straight draws that will potentially check raise flop. Get a little bit of protection against something like Jack 10 of clubs that went for a raise with a backdoor flush draw and some kind of backdoor equity. But Gilles obviously going to look him up with the king. And a 3 on the river doesn't change anything. Check, check. Gilles going to scoop a pot there, bringing himself a little bit closer to level. 5.6 plays at 6.4, so not very much in it at all. Only a few big blinds. Relatively passive pre-flop match so far, but that's kind of in keeping with the card distribution so far. Nothing much to go off. Michel not isolating the king 4 off though, which is definitely one that could have got chosen. He does have the 4 of diamonds for a flush draw here, and I don't expect him to fold for one big blind. Just any flush draw going to be good enough to continue for one big blind. He got the overcard as well. He is up against top pair of Gilles, but Gilles doesn't have any diamonds in his hand. So you can see just that 4 of diamonds and the overcard giving him around 40% equity on the flop. And 9 of diamonds on the turn improving him to the 100% check mark. Not that he is able to know that, but after the turn goes check, check. He should believe he has the best hand a decent amount. Checks the river just to be sure. Gilles quickly checks back his 10.
Raise 400. So please, can you put the customer on more? Thanks. Call.
Queen out off in the big blind for Gilles. He checks, peels the 2 big blind open. Off to a flop. Michel with the best hand and king in the window secures his place up to 97% equity. Gilles really with nothing going in his favour.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, must be that. We forgot something important.
Oof, look at that. Everyone loves trophies. Doesn't matter what kind it is, what it looks like. Trophy's a trophy. We need them.
I want both. I want both.
We cannot split this one. It's just one piece.
So you wouldn't take it for 3K?
I will try to
Can I
get
have
both.
100 for the antique, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, but it's nice.
Should belong to a French guy. It's a French website. Did you see it?
Call. Raise all in. Call.
Are you interested?
No, what is fine.
This time. Raise all in.
Oh, I like it. Take my time. What do I call?
Michel all in on the button with the ace deuce offsuit. Gilles lets the king 10 off go. 21 bigs, getting pretty close though. That type of hand. There's going to be a lot of weak ace-x in the jam range. We can assume that he's probably not jamming aces, kings, ace, king for that kind of stack size. So having king 10 off, not so bad. There's going to be some like king jack in there perhaps, but we're doing pretty well against that range. Ace 10 in there perhaps. It's going to be a lot of pocket pairs though, and a lot of just random ace-x, so definitely getting close, heads up. Another limp pot goes to a flop. Shields king high is still the best hand. Not much equity for Michelle, not even a backdoor flush draw.
Bet 250.
Check, bet, fold.
I can beat that.
Blinds up now, 125, 250. Michelle limps the small blind stash button with the queen 7. Gilles with the queen deuce. The big blind dominated. Looks to be an ISO to 650k.
One more time.
Shows the deuce.
What? I don't believe it.
Fold. Check.
Another limpy one. Gilles trying to get trappy again with the king queen. Both guys just playing a very heavy limp strategy, it seems. And Michelle has improved to a pair on the flop, which is still the best hand on the turn. Gilles king queen high, trying to just get to showdown, and a 9 on the river, not changing anything. Michelle goes for some thin value with his 4, just trying to get paid off by some king highs, and he does.
I'm honest guy. Yeah.
Michelle with a decent lead again.
Raise. 500. Fold.
Michelle with the raise pre-flop with the queen 9.
550.
Shields defends the 9-7 offsuit. Flops a gut shot. Michelle just with the 2 overcards and backdoor flush draw with the queen of diamonds. Queen high still the best hand, but Gio not going to be folding a gut shot. Looks like he's contemplating a little bluff though. Perhaps making it 1.3 mil or so. Just trying to get the range bets to fold. Take his equity to the turn. Potentially shove on some diamonds as well.
Yes. Call.
Does elect to call.
Check.
7 on the turn improves to a pair. Going to give him the best hand some of the time. Ahead of a hand like 6-7 now, 7-4, ahead of a 5, ahead of all the ace highs, king highs, queen highs. Michelle obviously picks up the gut shot too.
Check.
Check, check on the turn, and Gilles now improving to trips on the river. Pretty solid run out for him. Diamonds brick too.
Bet 700.
Fires out 700k on the river into 2.2 million. Michel weighing up his options now, which I guess are fold or all in. Calling doesn't really seem like much of an option. Queen of diamonds not making for a great card to have to bluff. 9 also not that good. Well, 9's okay, you block some value at 9s, you block 9-7, block 9-6. Chip racing off those 5Ks.
Okay. Give me 125 in 2 chips. One orange, one, yeah, that's 125. This is for you.
back to it. Jill limps the 8-5 suited. Michelle and Blue Blind 7-4 suited. Expect we'll probably see a check. But what do I know? We're going for an ISO, boys.
Raise 800.
Makes it 800, just over a 3x. Ten, 6, deuce. Not much for either player. But Michelle has a pretty solid range advantage and was the pre-flop aggressor. See, that's 550k. And Gilles got a pretty interesting hand. If he was a bit deeper, he might have let check raise. But looks like we're going to go for it anyway. Well, we got 4.5 mil. I guess we could make it like 1.4 and shove good turns. Got really good backdoor equity. He can obviously pick up equity on a 7, a 9, a spade, a 3, a 4. Can get immediate folds now from hands that are kind of range petting this type of texture, which is probably going to be pretty much everything. I imagine this is going to be range betting.
Raise 1,200,000.
Does make it 1.2 mil, and would leave around 3/4 pot on the turn if Michelle were to call here. And we can just go ahead and shove hands. Go ahead and shove like a 3 or 4, a 7, a 9, a spade. Lots and lots of good turn cards, and gets the fold.
Yes, the button is good. You are small blind.
Yeah. You can just give us like the room. Yeah, you do. That's a good idea.
Call. Check.
And then put a check. Needs a player flopping anything. Ace high still going to be the best hand. Check on the flop.
Check. About 250.
Michelle stabbing the ace on the turn. King pairing is a pretty good card, especially when Gilles checks again on the turn. Ace high going to be the best hand a bunch of the time.
All the time. Yeah, I always think you always listen. Oh, you always listen. No.
Gonna be very nice on my coffee producer. We say étagère.
Floor.
No, not étage. Oh, sorry.
Take your time.
Yeah, I was already seeing it like in the.
A7 suited for Michel now in the big blind facing the limp.
Show me a good one.
Goes to 800k and gets a fold from Gilles. Seems like a pretty good one to go for the ISO. Ace King for Michel on the button. Both guys playing in the region of 20 to 25 big blinds. Michel makes it 500k to go. All we need is some kind of hand for Gilles. Nah, he finds 10-7 suited though. Great hand to defend. Good action board. Jack 10-6, 2 diamonds. Michel with the 2 overs and the gut shot to the nuts. Gilles flops second pair.
That's 650.
Michel sizes up slightly, 650. Gilles not going to be going anywhere just yet. Does make the call. Jack on the turn. Going to give Gilles a little more confidence in his hand. Michel's still ahead of a lot. Ahead of all the straight draws and flush draws. Got really good equity against a 6, 10, and some pocket pairs, but 6 of diamonds on the river completes just about every draw, and the 6 improves to trips. So now we're just ahead, if we have ace king, we're just ahead of those king 9, queen 9, 8 9, 7 8 type combos, which all still exist in this line. Check, call, flop, check, turn, they're all still there. So if Gilles bets the river, we're still going to have a pretty interesting decision. I think Gilles can go for a block bet on the river here, trying to get called by just like ace highs. And basically needs some hands in there to make up for all the bluffs that he has. He needs to be value betting a decent amount of the time, and he can't just value bet a flush and a jack because he doesn't have them enough of the time. So makes a nice value bet with the 10. And Gilles now takes the chip lead up to 8 million. Michel down to 4.3 million. 17 big blinds.
150.
Gio running good at the moment, flopping 2 pair there. Takes it down, takes it down on the flop though.
Three five, 3 6, and 3 9.
Michelle limping the 8-6 suited, and Gio finds a monster. Makes it 650. Michelle with the call. Seems very, very standard so far. 10-4 deuce. Michelle saved. By not hitting a pair. Little did he know he didn't actually want to make a pair. Very, very, very good flop for the Kings.
Bet 500.
Gio goes for the small bet. Takes it down. King gonna be good enough. But he had 2 of them just in case.
You have a new dealer.
Okay. New balance 150, 300.
Gio gives, I think, the first walk of the heads-up match to an equally rubbish hand. I think Jack 5 off is, I'm pretty sure Jack 5 off is a complete there. I don't think we're supposed to fold much, especially not much with their Broadway card, but could be wrong.
To call.
Michel limps the Jack 4 suited, and Gio checks back his option with the Queen Deuce suited. And the King 5-3 rainbow. No help for either player. Not much in the way of collisions going on just yet.
every time. I take the worst one.
Pass.
Romain, aïe. Je sais plus, c'est Mata. C'est dans le blog de Baki. Mata AC, donc c'est très intelligent. Setup, please.
Two call.
Jack 7 off for Michel in the small blind. Blinds now 150, 300k. So Michel playing just over 12 big blinds now. Getting really shallow. Gio has some absolute crushed here. Interesting flop. Michel flops middle pair. Gio flops the gut shot. Both players with the overcard as well. Wait for the graphics to catch up. Pretty sure it was 10-7 something.
Bet 350.
Gio fires out a c-bet with his gut shot.
Two call.
Michel calls. I think we're still on the flop though. I'm not sure where this 4 of diamonds has come from. Okay, we are on the 10. 4 of diamonds. And 9 on the river. Gio improves to second pair, which is going to be the best hand here a lot. Like almost all the time after the flop goes check check.
5 bet 1.
I thought might have got no. What happened on the flop? Michel, I think maybe Michel stabbed the flop. Either way, after the turn goes check check, this is going to be the best hand an awful lot because the 10's going to continue. We beat all other 9x as well, really. 9-6, 8, 9-6 and 8-9. Gio makes a nice value bet there, bets 1.1 million and gets called by Michel with the Jack 7. Takes a big chunk out of Michel's stack there, and Michel now down to fumes. He is on around 7 or 8 big blinds, I believe. We'll see exactly after this hand, when this hand starts, I should say.
Five raise Owen. To pass.
Yeah, just around 6 big blinds there. 1.7 million blinds are now 300k, so this could be over soon. Depends who wins the next all in.
Two raise Owen. Please keep the cards on the table.
Michel all in for his 6 big blinds. with king queen off. Gilles, jack 6 suited.
5 pass.
Lets it go. Interesting one. That's got to be pretty close for 5 or 6 big blinds, but I guess he feels like he's in a good enough position to just wait off a little bit, finding more ace high or king high.
Orange.
Ah! Oh, I thought you.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it. Maybe
Gilles all in with the queen jack. Michel with jack 6 suited now. The tables have turned. Let's it go. Gilles picks that pot up. Michel all in with a 10-8. Gilles 10-6, not going to be calling. Eight 3 suited for Gilles. Probably happy to just give a walk here. Goes for the limp. Seems like a reasonable option too. If he doesn't think he's going to get jammed on too much, but Michel has found ace king suited. So not going to work this time. Michel would have liked a call there.
je me fais kiffer.
What does it mean?
They don't like the way I use my cards.
We can sweat it together.
I'm just enjoying.
Yes.
I don't know them. I don't know them.
I kept it. Are you sure?
Like 10.
Million, this is one.
King deuce for Gilles. He's all in. Ace 8 for Michel. He calls. We are off to the slightly unfair races. Ace 8, 2-1 favourite here to double up. Get himself right back in the mix. Get this heads up match somewhere close to level. Not quite, but very, very close. Unless Gilles can ping a king or a deuce. No help yet. Queen 5-4 on the flop. Jack on the turn. No help for either player. Ace 8 still the best hand. Michel just got to fade the king or the deuce, and he's going to double up right back into this. And it is a clean river. Michel up to 5.6. Gilles down to 6.6. 18 big blinds effective. We continue.
2,850. It's 2, 2, 5, 2,850. To call. Five raise. 850.
Gilles ISOing the 10-3 offsuit versus Michel's limp. 5-6 offsuit.
Good pass.
Gets it through.
Five call. To check.
Napkins for both.
To check. Five bet 300.
Queen 4 deuce. Neither player flop and a pair. It's been very, very missy so far.
To call. Five raise 850. To call.
Limp from Michel, and a call versus the ISO, and he flops himself top pair. Ace-8 suited of Gilles completely whiffs.
Five check. To bet 650. Five call. Five check.
Eight on the turn make things very interesting. Gilles picks up second pair. Michel top pair, still the best hand. And he shoves. Gilles with a decision for the tournament, effectively. If he calls here and he's right, and then he can hold, he will win. If he calls here and he is wrong, he loses a large pot. Gilles having a good old think about it. What's it going to be, buddy?
Call.
Goals! Gonna see the bad news. Michel just a river away from reclaiming the chip lead and a huge hold on this tournament if he can just fade an ace or an 8 on the river. It is a 5. Michel doubles up. Massive pot ships his way. 10 million chips. Gilles now down to fumes himself. The tide turns.
It was 3-6. This is just 3-1. 2, 3, 1.
Deux blindes. Un truc du genre, je pense. Non, je dis des conneries en fait, je suis un âne. Pas du tout. Un M. Un M3. Pardon, non, je sais pas compter, hein. Non, je sais pas compter. Je vais m'y reprendre. J'ai un M. 8. On n'est pas loin des deux blindes annoncées quand même. Il y a une raison si t'es dans le rail.
Yes.
Like,
I have 1.8, I think. No, come back.
closer. yeah.
Jack 10 suited for Gilles. It's going to be a shove. Blinds up now as well. 200k, 400k. And Michel with Jack 9 suited.
If you have to check twice,
1.8, right?
1.8.
All in call.
Calls. Crushed.
Domination.
The back and forth may continue. If Michel can find some clubs or a 9, it's going to be all over. Otherwise, it's going to be back to the battle. 10 high flop. Pretty good for Gilles. A number of turns are going to leave Michel drawing dead. That's not one of them, but that's a pretty good one.
9 of hearts.
Double up for Gilles.
Nice guys.
So 1,850,000.
How much?
1,850,000. Yes.
we should move a bit.
Yeah. Get back here. You know your push and fold branches? You know your push and fold branches?
Which is empty.
Sure. No, it is the opposite.
No, it's 150 is empty.
This one is
Ah,
here.
150. Yes,
Yeah.
350.
And for me, 3, 5, 8.
Which player?
King 9 for Michel facing shove. Close one.
Okay.
It's like exactly.
Yeah, it's exactly 2,
3.
3, sorry.
Yes.
3.5.
4.
Oh, okay, my bad.
4 million 100. All in call.
All in call.
Let's go!
King 9, Ace 7.
It's here.
Yeah.
Now it's here.
Let's see after the flop.
If Michel can find a king or a 9 here, it's going to be all over. If not, the pendulum swings back in the other direction once more. Jack 10 deuce. Michel picks up the gut shot. 9 on the turn. Improves into the best hand. Gilles now draw into an ace or an 8. And it's a 6. That's it. Your winner of the Winamax Poker Open Bounty Tournament, Michel. A great back and forth there. Great final table. Well played, everybody. And Michel locks himself up a very tasty score indeed. Well played, sir. And thank you guys for watching us. There'll be plenty of streams this week. We're going to be streaming every day until Sunday. Whatever is on each day. Plenty of final tables coming your way. So make sure you join us for the rest of the week, guys. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next time.
Yes, please.
move this,
Okay,
this a little bit.
We
Don't want to mix these.
Ah, okay.
This is the bounties, and this is the
Ah, okay,
tournament
yeah,
chips.
makes sense. So I don't know.
So
Only
in
with
this
the
one,
one.
which is
Yes.
good, you can make 2 towers. One with the bounties, one with the chips.
Bon, par contre, on va voir un petit peu quand même. Même si c'est ma journée, je m'en fous. De toute façon, c'est. Vas-y, on va voir un petit peu tout.
Find me that
Ça va,
ticket.
arrête.
Please.
Ah, tu vas me revenir un petit là quand même. De 4 heures, tu vas. Alors, par contre, monsieur, je sais pas.
C'est vrai. Happy with that?
I destroyed it a bit, but
Wow! Well, I'm afraid we cannot pay you the whole thing.
Too many chips. Too many bounties.
I can live with it.